See, look. That's gaming, and then this is a February stream. And the rest is, like, gone. My whole... This was streamed 20 hours ago. And I streamed all the way until 6 o'clock in the morning. So 6 o'clock from right now would be almost 12 hours. So time would be, I would have streamed for 8 hours. So I'm very sad I lost, like, this is like not even 30 minutes, so like 7.5 hours of video. When I still played, I have my proof. See, look. 4. I have took some pictures. Anyways, that's gone now. I'm gonna see if after I do the Archon quest. I'm not gonna start Natlan's Archon quest until maybe Friday. I have doctor's appointments, and I might be back by 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock, depending if we decide to eat out or not. As you see, I unlocked all the statues, but I didn't unlock the waypoints yet. Why? Because... normally, as you see, my Inazuma, Leeway, Mondstadt, and they're all unlocked. These shields are not unlocked because these were the event quests that came after Natlan came out, and I didn't do the quest of Hu Tao, and yeah. And you see this blank space here. I guess I have to unlock this waypoint and do a quest and unlock that. And Simaru. This is what's this? Hey, Simaru. Yes. I unlocked most of the waypoints, Simaru. Some of these waypoints you have to do a quest to unlock them, because they're like portal in the ground and stuff. And I just... yeah, how do I know? You know, after Fontaine paused for a while, because I got busy doing some other things. I started Fontaine's quest, but I didn't continue on it, so I guess you could wait a few months.
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down.
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now...
We're sorry. All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved.
Hey, it wasn't just me.
Something. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to...
I'm not actually a prisoner. We went here to find Child to see why he disappeared. But, hey! Big for the prisoners.
Superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervoulet paid us. Oh, of course. We must. Oh, how did Nervoulet know that he? Monsieur Nervoulet has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water, I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without. If you're not too pressed for time. Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know.
I can still hear you cursing me behind my back. You're so smart. Oh yeah, bad stuff. I'm not even doing bad stuff. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here playing games. I'm not doing bad stuff. I'm not hungry. Quit telling me to eat. You can't force people to eat. If you're hungry, go eat yourself. My legs are cool.
Courier?
Yeah, I was...
That's no excuse for...
Courier, Lurvine,
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from...
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So...
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one...
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh, yeah? Then why are...
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your religion.
Not at all!
Oh yes, I really knew Helene is a Devon. Devon is the enemy. Have we been to the right? The dorm trees, that's where I was reading. That's right. The only reason I think I dropped my is not that powerful, and I need to get some stuff to here to level 50.
Now guess, what suit will this...
A bare-teethed cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Looks like you're recovering nicely.
Thanks, Ted. Oh, right.
Oh, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and...
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the
You meant father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also...
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers...
Father is very capable.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the...
Looks like it, yeah?
Excellent. I will...
For real? Then Paimon...
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely. Well, Next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Oh yeah, tea and snacks. But I stupidly forgot about the dormitory, so oopsie daisy. Oopsie key. Hello, good day, Mister.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to this?
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything...
We're fine for the most part. Neuvillette came down and...
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to...
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewin's...
He sure sounds super...
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewin worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies.
I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewin too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long...
You may access the... Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so... Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! It's like, we've now gone to so many places together, and because there are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but... We've still... You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only advent? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will... just our thoughts making Paimon gig. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. We should be safe now. All right then. Good night to you, traveler. Now, wait a sec. Today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the...
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
So the fort...
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowd...
You've got a point. Okay, by the way...
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon... Oh, yeah, Paimon... Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so you do have a...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companion. Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cap.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Marathene is finished. That's the end of another chapter. We should probably go report to him now. You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been over...
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies, Monsieur. Excuse me. Would you mind helping? I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my...
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just...
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to...
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you have managed to complete...
That's right. And we came here to... Do you have any idea what that...
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary... A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore...
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure... Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwaters.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check...
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Wait. That means I think we only have 5 for which is there's Naya.
Oh no. What happened? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof.
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
All right. I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. How could this have happened? It hurt.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly.
Yes. As you can see, the water level
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search...
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have... The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure no one knows if this could happen again. All we can...
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I hope...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And out she goes!
Okay. The wounded are being tended to, and of course, we should remain ready for anything. And, Traveler, Paimon?
Huh? Right now.
Thank you.
Stabilize!
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation...
Right. That's how things are.
Navia? Navia, what's...
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping evacuate, and I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might.
How could Master ever be up? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey!
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could...
Personally, I believe we fill the...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Malus and Silver have helped me. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena... Khan... Burnett, so...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another. Sure, Malus and Silver were not the price for...
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The name?
Ah, is everything going...
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you.
Wait.
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't... Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed...
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you...
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding word.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that
So, you're one who will try...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sleuth. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the... During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date... Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming... My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that's so...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But
Got it! So all we gotta do is...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for my...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you... All right. The ruins are...
Okay, the three of us will... The show begins!
Stabilize!
Life goes on.
Stabilize!
Wheel of life. Wind blades!
Solidify!
A reward on the road.
Stabilize!
Fry!
ruins the neighbor.
They seem to be pretty
Let's go in and have.
Just be careful.
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
Solidify!
Hold the line!
Go.
Be gone! Ha! Ha! Yeah! 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 Windblade! Yeah!
Stabilize!
Wheel of Life.
Rest and rebuild! Ha! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Windblade!
Solidify!
Hold the line!
Go.
Stabilize!
Let's move out. Rest and rebuild!
Wheel of Life.
Windblade! Allow me!
Rise.
The floor here isn't safe! This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be don't get by my wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this... complicates things.
In that case, do you...
The water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with... Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Huh? Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I had...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh, was I?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that's...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before...
We were headed to see how things were going.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too.
How...
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting...
Sometimes force is required.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this...
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. That's right. No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time.
Oh?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here. There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. What? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and...
All right, but...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not, as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be with—
Oh, well, if that—
How— I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of—
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep—
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville—
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by any—
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted— Please do not mistake her act—
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice. The nation— Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the— Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all once—
Do you mean to defy?
If your justice is flawed, then what—
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that—
Demoiselle!
Silver— I remember now. Everything that seemed odd, Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit—
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority. Don't let them escape! We shall keep—
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusation... The court will adjourn for the rest of the day.
Our thanks, Miss...
Please leave with me, Miss Navia.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must...
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a night?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, you were just about to be dissolved within. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction. Were it not for their intervention, I would not...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff up? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels up.
I merely thought that we should give no...
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days.
No way, don't worry.
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the nave, and we...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, right! Another one goes to the party! Let's keep going then!
Stabilize!
Hold the line! Wind blades! A brash maneuver!
Solidify!
Rise. Prepare to be blown away!
Stabilize!
Allow me! Wind blade!
Solidify!
Go. Hold the line!
Stabilize!
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Be gone!
I will have order.
Gather!
Yeah!
Stabilize!
Hold the line! Wheel of life.
Gather!
Rest and rebuild!
Stabilize!
Windblade!
Solidify!
Hold the line! Nice. Prepare to be blown away! Rest and rebuild!
Stabilize!
Windblade! Allow me!
Solidify!
Even bedrock can be turned to dust.
Wheel of life.
You
shouldn't see me like this.
Rest and rebuild! Windblade!
Life goes on.
Hold the line!
Fast orders given. Orders received.
Allow me!
Go.
Be gone! Windblade! Hold the line!
Faster? Okay,
Maybe I wasn't meant for this world. Rest and rebuild! Hold the line! Prepare to be blown away! Windblade!
Don't want to be sealed back up.
Allow me!
XIII Publishing House has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my favorite. Wheel of Run. Thrust and rebound!
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems...
Perhaps we should just leave them be.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, this...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering...
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at... This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope...
Still... Paimon...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this...
But who would have created these slates?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is.
You still have energy?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stones. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really going to talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up.
Alright, we'll leave it in your...
I will be carefully considering my words.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as... Alright.
Welcome back. We've got a special...
Yay! And there's good food too! Paimon's already starting...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped... Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname? Well, I used to have my own surname, which was... well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to be... There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just...
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait,
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific.
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take... The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining... I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from
a visionary? Sounds really powerful.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something... All right.
Thanks, Mona.
Oh, well...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you!
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. That's more like it. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler.
Go.
Hold the line.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they...
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the...
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. and I will not have it. I will say this once more. You must tell me yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. But you found them in some...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations. There are several indications that you have been investigating the This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any... You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're just trust in me. You're Archon. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside...
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that we may have to create a situation in which...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but... We must... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious. But who will lend us their aid?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most...
That's what families should do.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and use on the spot. So, let's...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even...
I see. And...
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall. Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette...
I've also gone diving to
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the...
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the...
Calm and steady. Exactly the...
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me... I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes...
Wait, why...
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides...
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually... But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that cup.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are from...
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Something ultimately. Fate shall serve as your own... This was good tea, by the way.
The voice.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own.
Did she have pink hair?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow...
That's right! Paimon's glad...
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that... But I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scare...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just...
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking of... It was worth trying to comfort you. I suppose that might be why...
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going out. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Business you're in. You gotta keep up with the changing times.
Gather!
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble... My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blind adventurer with their white fairy led... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even knew. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines...
I could make a fortune from this.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation. 1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, no. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but Doom, she was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits, but I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You...
It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better! Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Forget about me. This is about what you want.
What did you want exactly?
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat. Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh. Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick—
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journal—
Well, Paimon knows you—
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we—
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a—
So she mentioned me?
What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an—
Huh? So your article—
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper.
Yeah, are we?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case—
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and— Whew, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds— Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as— I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. But anyway, that's my answer.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing— Paimon's been thinking, if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed— No, Paimon should ask— We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the— You mean, still traveling? Huh. like he'll grow mold if you stay here long. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a mess. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally... Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened...
So what happened after that is for...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was pointless, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order, and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we...
So, you mean
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do? Good. Monsieur Nervillet...
Don't worry, this is more...
Ah, is that so? Well...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead... And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore being accused, but Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment... This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. Ah, that's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just
So it is you, blonde traveler from an...
Farina, you were crying just now.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a... Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon.
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good...
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating. I once had informants all over Tevat. Sir, I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started just now. It all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the end. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you...
Ladies and gentlemen, now, without further ado...
So this is what it is. Yes, you do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your refusal? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow.
Lady Farina.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now to indicate I will admit that I've been running away. I'm sorry, everyone. I was You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world this time. Applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this—
Alright then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the—
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, so we arranged for a second group.
So you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in—
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arrhenius. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never— Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was—
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence with—
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived on... Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very...
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here. Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the... Wait, then that means this document is... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defense, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the hot...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina. Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There, see? Even the Oratrice has just... If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then...
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And
who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against...
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Nervylette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if... Besides, every
everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very...
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are...
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current... While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital...
I never thought... you'd...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, it is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able...
My power as an Archon. There are many...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to...
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. That doesn't sound right. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows,
including those of some... So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this... But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody... I do hope you'll act prudently and shoot...
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has...
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontaine.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution, as it falls outside the realm of standard...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basic.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your...
Miss Siegewien, if you're present, Miss...
Siege? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected,
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me... Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon... Also, if I was really just a human... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment, of the Oratrice
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's work?
No, the Oratrice...
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the serious...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definition, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial...
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was... But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it!
Mm-hmm. Any mission, Father.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the... But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Just guilty of deceiving her people. So when you say Hydro Archon...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the... Slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro... This might be the reason that Fontainian... That doesn't sound... Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slate. It's not as simple as falling into the... When Navia fell into the sea, the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea.
That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater. If we hadn't
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! But then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible! Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative record. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the...
So
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontaine.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions... A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals, they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others. Therefore, the meaning that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene of...
Traveler, I would like to point out another about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already... This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find...
It was both dream
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that...
the truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Ocean...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we get... Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't just...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the ultimately, fate shall serve.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Fusalo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human, after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she... Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra... In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, it's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely,
Solidify!
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my best self, but I must ask you. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my... I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the... Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Crumble!
Rest and rebuild!
Stabilize!
Hold the line!
Solidify!
Rest and rebuild! Wheel of life.
Stabilize!
Hold the line!
Quake!
Allow me!
Rise!
uphill battle.
Go.
Gather!
Windblade.
Hey, gives. The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Stabilize!
Rise. Thrust and rebuild. Windblade.
Gather!
Hold the line. Thrust and rebuild.
Solidify! Nothing to fear!
Windblade. Wow. Hold the line.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me?
Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine soon.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frighten us for the suffering. Well, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other. Is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine
play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this? A human...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure So, how long am I going
to accomplish this mission? You will have to stay on this, but I promise you, all will eventually end.
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to this. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone right? Mirmi said that calm down, Farina. Think assertive, with a strong sense of presence. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim, oh, well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to... There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all...
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of Oh, all right. Deuteria, is it?
You remembered. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you. And
oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, well...
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any of...
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, they... The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any void. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep... All right.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, I've waited...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant
Understood. Keep monitoring. I don't think I let anything... I just don't know when these... I feel utterly exhausted.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria. Almost...
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such...
Surely you...
What is it?
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored and...
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show I never imagined have I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across this. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this—
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you—
A witness. And if Tevat is in its entirety, she's right. I could confide, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of No, Farina. But what if... Farina, you've worked so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of... I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnity, but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to the vast majority had to be
It was all part of your plan, then?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne, if I do not misunderstand.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you...
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my... Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be, in other words, existence was Egeria's justice. And to me, justice is the defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice at this point. We, whether it be myself or Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power...
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the truth. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nuvilet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still...
It's time to end this. We must...
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the... Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution. Done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you, which I will forego.
Life goes on. Faster? Okay, faster.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Gather!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and chance will present itself.
Rest, rebuild! Thingy over there. It looks really scary.
Faster?
Solidify!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within. Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
skies.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power.
Hyman has an idea. It's just that he has the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
well, being that this pet almost... so what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So master isn't sufficiently famous.
The fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
proceeding?
It's a miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The Soul Renewed! The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of new...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson.
I would have gone further if I were you.